Holy crap, this game just goes right into the game. No loading, no title screen, just in the game. 10-man crew. It's a... With them for vacation. They go to the ISS. Or is it just bored rich people? Are they useful or are they bored rich people? Yeah, that's useful actually. That's a useful one. Months. Assume it's not one of those models that keeps blowing up. Dude, that one Russian dude survived like a year, right? Or more than that. Like... X. Yeah. Maybe. It was supposed to be 1 week? We should have asked China to send a ship up. Our homie, yeah, our homie, they could have helped.
Thanks, sweetie.
China, our homie.
China, our homie. People, thanks for the bits. So I was doing something.
What's up, bro?
What the hell was I doing? I've got to find this guy's body. It is kind of funny, though, that the only reason they have a space station is we wouldn't let them on the International Space Station. That's the only reason they have a lot of things, is we wouldn't let them use what we had. The Steam thing, yeah, there was the valves.
Hi,
whatever.
Julia. I forgot to ask you.
The other thing...
I'm done for now.
Yeah, I could go to that text log. Because it's a valve and it mentions Steam, but I don't think it's... Yeah, it's not related to someone... Was it actually a song? Someone said that. I don't know. Trying to be nice. Look here, Valve. Stand back. What? What are those dogs doing sniffing at my feet? Dogs where? Can't you see I've lost control? Hold your breath, count to 5. Give me steam. Does sound like it. And someone said it was something, or it was like something. I forgot what he said. Mitochondria?
Sorry to bother you again.
We're gonna bother this lady here.
I don't think we have any...
Thank you for being...
I have nothing else.
Fine by me.
This topic is giving...
Yeah.
Look at this beautiful glass slab.
Be careful. That might be expensive.
Oh god.
So here's a...
Be careful with that.
Don't worry, it's just...
Get that out of my face, please.
Syringe with a sedative.
I don't think we have anything...
Thank you for being...
I have nothing else.
Fine by me.
Would you know anything about a patient named Hodgson?
Hodgson, we have to find his body.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. That's probably old history.
Between you and me, I've heard the Institute was somewhat old-fashioned back in its heyday. Patients had a strict schedule, you know, some time in the yard, then therapy, next rehabilitation.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing else to say about...
Fine by me.
This topic is giving me...
Yeah.
I don't think we have anything else...
Thank you for...
This topic is...
Yeah.
I don't think we have...
Thank you.
I have nothing else to...
Fine by me.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo is considered a form of religious witchcraft. It is a spiritual, ancestor-based religion that originated in West Africa and is practiced primarily in Haiti. The word voodoo originated around 1850 in Louisiana in the United States, likely from the French word voodoo.
Fascinating.
What? I can't believe that Gabriel Knight referenced.
I have nothing else to say.
Fine by me.
I have nothing else to say.
Fine by me.
It kind of came out of nowhere.
This topic is giving me
What
a
can you
headache.
tell me about voodoo?
Yeah. Me too.
I have nothing else to say.
Fine by me.
This topic is giving me a headache.
Yeah.
There was no reason to ask about her again to her at this.
I don't think we...
Thank you for being...
I mean, the valve was kind of
This
the same,
topic is...
but this was
Yeah.
even like more random.
I have nothing else.
Fine by me.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
I'm done for now.
Like, I wouldn't have even known that. Like, some few people would, but... I mean, I guess point-click players would, but... You know, I played Gabriel Knight relatively recently. But then also I played 2 and 3, even more recently. Which writer? You know, this game has a notepad. They could reference that on. The keys were meant to open doors. Locked. This isn't locked? But it is locked. It's just the wrong key. What can you tell me about voodoos from Monkey Island 2 first? Well, I think with Gabriel Knight, you end up saying it over and over again when you're trying to talk to that one guy. But I don't know if, like, her answer was... Like, I haven't played Monkey Island 2, so it could be that also, maybe. But just the, what can you tell me about voodoo? Like, your character's gonna say that a whole bunch if you keep trying to ask. What's his name? has. In this game? Or... There's usually always like that line that's you've ran out of options line, but... What is it? There it is. Here you go. It's the music box from Scratches. All the pieces. The Scratches, the music box didn't do anything, though. At least I didn't find anything that it did. And when there's the other option is when there's nothing to ask, you just simply don't have the option. It's the other way to deal with it. New way to find out if that wind-up key was still inside Hodgson. Prospect of what I intended to do terrified me to no end, but we gotta find him, and I thought he was in the morgue, and he doesn't... But maybe I don't know that he's in the morgue, but I should know that he's in the morgue. If he's in the morgue. They're crazy. That's why they brought him to this rundown building. Here's the design. What is that? No, it was. This place was abandoned, and they just reopened it, and they're going to start construction tomorrow. But they've already moved some people in. Which is crazy. Basically, this is like, I guess, the last day we can explore it before they start renovating. But right now, some of the place is falling apart, so, or most of it is. Yeah. It got shut down, and he doesn't remember what happened. That's why he's here. Here, where they had the patients building a tunnel. Not workers, not construction workers. The patients. But this is, apparently there was some fungus or something that infected them. So the ones that were actually kind of getting better suddenly got a lot worse, I guess, apparently. There's this green stuff. Or something. Unit system, yeah, they're trying to... But for some reason... Oh, I haven't seen this? Move to unit system. Over time, mental hospitals using the Kirkbride system began when numerous maintenance and operational problems, faults in the design, led to unforeseen practical difficulties, and their rigid layouts prohibited efficient expansion. The Kirkbride plan soon became a significant problem in mental health. Since many mental hospitals are state-funded, a combination of budget cuts and high maintenance expenses spelled doom for the principles of the Kirkbride plan. Personnel, wages, medications, medical appliances, coal for the boilers, electrical maintenance, and sewage services represented but a small fraction of the costs of keeping such large establishments operating. With the general high levels of stress and economic issues also impacting the public modern society, experts warned of a surge in mental health disorders and an increased need for specialized treatment centers. Thus, the demand for mental hospitals kept growing, even as institutions adhering to the Kirkbride plan afforded only slow and costly construction. Concern intensified in the field as psychiatrists and medical professionals began to question the theory that architecture played a role in mental health. And so the prestigious Hanwell Mental Institute sought to adapt, as did many other mental hospitals, by undergoing extensive remodeling according to a new design philosophy known as the unit system. Instead of a single sprawling building, the various departments in such establishments would be separated into smaller, discrete structures. With this new approach, a purely administrative building would have no physical connection to one housing patients. To achieve this ambitious goal, many existing Kirkbride institutions resorted to constructing utilitarian underground tunnels connecting various buildings, since its aesthetics were no longer a concern. Yeah, but I don't think most of them had the patients build the tunnels. And then what's this door? Seen this. Notes did update on that design plan thing, but I don't think that's going to help us. What do you know about voodoo? Yep. It's normal. Healing. Hell's that guy? There's some crazy art in here. Hawthorne. At it again. Trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong though. I have to find the body. But it has to be... Does it have to be? What if it's not in the morgue? What if it's in the museum? Somebody's in the museum. Which one are you? Rebecca's documents in here, so it could be her. I must have wondered though, why the hell do they have a museum? That time to remove your knee, I guess. Siamese twin babies. It said tweezers. Oh. Wait a minute. What's all this? I didn't even notice this somehow. Thought I needed... Oh, I might still need something though, because I don't think we know what to do with all this. Abomination of nature. A baby with a gut-wrenching birth defect. Important. Shaped like a pastry? That's a cruel way to make pastries. We don't have a way to hit his room. Like, I thought I had enough information to know that what's his name's body is in here. I don't seem to. Or I'm missing something. I mean, I'm obviously missing something, but I don't know if I'm missing something in here or somewhere else. Hammertime. This, but I mean, I searched on this bunch of boxes. There's an apple. Why is there an apple in there? Me confused. Could have missed something in here. I think I checked all the drawers, but I don't think that's gonna be it. There might be something the doctor can tell me. Tubes. Many tubes. There's definitely something here. The test rat. Expensive things here. Stay away. Like, I don't think he'll let me do anything here. Why would I want to pour ASYLUM on that? I don't know. I have a valve.
Dr. Miller?
What is it this time?
Just one moment of your time, please.
Sorry, I'm really stupid, Doctor.
So, I found this syringe.
If you're intending to use that, I hope it's sterilized.
Oh, good point. Probably, who knows what we gave
There's
that guy we
one
put to
more.
sleep.
Please, enough chatter. I have work to do.
Do you know what kind of fluid this is?
That's hydrochloric acid. It can kill you. You shouldn't be carrying that thing around.
So don't drink
Is
it.
that strong?
Extremely. It's capable of melting down metal surfaces, such as iron and steel. Because of its chemical composition, though, it won't react with copper.
Very interesting. I'll be careful then.
Okay.
There's one more.
Please,
Are you familiar with this keyring?
that belongs to Bruno. You should return it to him at once.
It's mine now.
Look at this elegant letter opener.
A true work of art.
There's one more.
Please,
About this.
we have...
It's odd that you were such a close friend with Dr. Hanwell, yet only exchanged letters.
I don't see what's so odd about that. Some people prefer the expression and flair of the written word, especially someone as enlightened as Walter was. We never even spoke on the telephone. Always preferred the intimacy of the prose. You see, Walter was a very reserved fellow. He didn't like public appearances, nor to be photographed, and I respected that. In a way, it made our relationship more intriguing. We connected down to the purest level, our thoughts.
I forgot to ask something else.
I'm sorry.
Which is?
He likes to help.
There's one more.
Please,
There's one more.
please,
There's one more.
please,
There's one more.
I forgot to ask something else.
I'm sorry.
There's one more.
One more.
Please,
About this.
we have...
There's one more.
Please,
One more.
There's one more.
One more.
please,
What if I told you I have a strange urge to look for candles?
I would say you have a keen sense of adventure. Have you looked in the attic yet?
Not yet.
If you
Can I-
can't find some candles there, I'll eat my hat.
You'll eat your whole closet.
That's the Scratches reference. Scratches reference.
There's one more.
Please,
Because we couldn't find the candles.
There's one.
please,
And we...
There's one more.
please,
There's one more.
please,
I forgot to ask something else.
I'm...
There's one.
Please,
There's one more.
please,
Please.
I appreciate the comp.
Please. Please. how is this body not in the morgue? Leonard. Wait, this is Len. Oh, this is Lenny. This is. Oh, it's his broken bone. That's not. This guy, Hodgson. Yeah, how is Hodgson not in the morgue? We know he's. Cotton swab next to lab rat. But I couldn't get that because the dude is there. Is the cotton swab still there? Actually, I don't know. The lab rat is there. But I need... Rooms. Parasitic shroom. Cordyceps. Something. Music box. Swallowed the thingy. Hodgson died of a heart attack. So he's been taken to the morgue. Yeah, we know he's in the morgue, and we know we have to get the key from him. So what is my problem here? Why can't I check the bodies in the morgue? That's why I'm confused. Like, I know he's there. Or at least could be there, but we can't... But I can't check the bodies. Why'd my chair just update walking back in here? Strange machine. We already knew about the machine. It's the main feature of surgery. Something seemed about it seemed wicked, not meant to be. For human beings. Well, it gives us something else we can ask about. I don't know if that helps with finding the body, though. But we're gonna need... I'm pretty sure I know what we look at in the microscope, but I don't have it. I think that's the brain sample machine in the other room. Time for bath. Can't get to the third floor right now.
Sorry to bother you again. There's a strange contraption in his surgery room.
Aren't the surgery rooms upstairs?
No.
Yes.
You were not supposed to go upstairs.
I heard there's a strange contraption upstairs.
Okay, then stay away.
Oops.
This topic,
Yeah.
I have nothing else to say about.
Fine by.
I have nothing.
Fine by.
I have nothing.
Fine by me.
That's all for now.
Anyway, back upstairs. Yeah. I guess we'll just ask about that other thing.
Dr. Miller?
What?
Just one.
What is it this time?
Have you seen a strange contraption in a surgery room?
That strange contraption is Walter's most remarkable creation.
What's it for?
Seriously? We have a gigantic library and ample documentation on the history of Hanwell Institute. Go see for yourself.
There's one more.
Please.
There's one.
Please.
I'll be on my way.
I already know what it is, but I think. Brain sample machine. One of these has to be. I don't understand. Unless there's a way to, like, move one of these. I guess maybe I'm supposed to find which tag would be correct from somewhere, but, like, there's only 3 bodies. Why would that matter? You just check them. Also, that must be it, but I guess. Or there's a log of patients, maybe, or something. That's the only thing that makes any sense to me right now. What the hell's down there? Okay, thanks for 45 months. Make clear. Stromo, thanks for 30 months. Imagine hanging around here that long. Yeah. It's too many to count. I have no idea what I'm looking for. I'm so confused. I feel like I should just be able to go to the body. What's this about? Final records. Well, I missed something. Laundry. Maybe in here. I think it's in here, but... Is it your fox? Patient records don't pull. But we gotta find out which body that. I guess. I don't actually know what I have to find out. Because I feel like I know what I need to know. It could be something really dumb. It's also the thing about, I mean, this point and click's newer. So far I haven't really had too many, I haven't really had anything that got me stuck until this. But old point and clicks getting stumped would just happen all the time because they're just a mess. They were just usually extremely cryptic. It's like a feature or something. Being impossible. But this one, I don't I don't think this is... Whatever I missed, I don't think it's complicated. I think I just missed it. Conspiracy against the human race. Remember encyclopedias? The old school internet? Like a giant mess of books. Fun. Go to sleep, everybody. That's why you're here. Wait, this is new? What is this? Adhering to the Kirkbride principle, for most of its existence, the Hanwell Mental Institute adhered to the Kirkbride plan, with 2 long wings extending to the west and east for male and female patients respectively. Kirkbride plan was a building as cure model for mental hospitals, focusing on healing mental illness through layout design and strategic staffing hierarchy. Similar institutes built using this plan exhibited varied architectural styles, but the majority adopted the familiar batwing arrangement. This consisted of sections of rooms branching off from a central structure, allowing each area in the building to benefit from exposure to natural light and proper air circulation. Before the Kirkbride plan, the mentally ill were kept in regular houses or prisons without appropriate facilities, or were concealed in public buildings. Thomas Story Kirkbride, the psychiatrist who designed the Kirkbride plan, believed the layout of the mental hospital building was of prime relevance to patient treatment. Various patient distribution criteria were applied within each establishment, such as the separation of high-risk patients from lower-risk ones. Kirkbride emphasized to psychiatric professionals the importance of keeping patients busy with tasks, since it benefited their mental health and also helped with the maintenance of the grand buildings. Spoon. Because I'm monotone and I don't have any emotions. So everyone can sleep. Asylum has some like sort of Blade Runner tone in the background or whatever going on too. It's kind of chill for some reason. Not anymore. We've been getting rain. California gets a lot more rain than it used to. I don't know exactly what that means. But we need to build reservoirs so we can keep it. All the bodies in the morgue could be identified by a specific tag. Well, go do it then. These numbers mean nothing to me at present. I guess we have to learn what these numbers mean. That's what's missing. But where could I... That's me. Gabriel Knight. That's me. Even though there's only 3 bodies, you know. I think I could just... I mean, that has to be it. We have to learn what those numbers mean. And then it'll let us pick the correct body. That's the only thing that makes any sense. But it should be E, that one that's E, because it's group E, and then his number. Like, that should have been the right... I would assume. That has to be correct. I mean, that means somewhere there's a document missed. That's the only thing that this can be. This is the only thing that makes any sense to me. has to be what the letter is, though. E, group E. It means I know which body it is, but the game doesn't know that I know what body it is. Wow. This has to be the body. But these numbers don't mean anything. How do I make the numbers mean something to me? I know that's his body. Fair. Maybe I can go... Like, I have this acid. Maybe it burns, like, the lock or something to the 3rd floor. Maybe that's how we figure this out. Maybe I'm just trying to figure out the wrong thing entirely right now. I don't know if this... If we can burn that lock or something, but... Maybe this acid can burn some kind of lock somewhere. I don't know if I'm like forgetting something entirely that I saw and... No, I don't remember. I may be big stupid, you know? Am I big stupid? What else was locked? Anything? Document show the number 103 anywhere for him? cell 102A, group E. This Jones Crawford has not been mentioned at all. Is that us? We don't have a name yet. Psychiatry. We simply can't go to the 3rd floor yet. Because the other way to the 3rd floor is blocked by Lenny's carts, apparently. So it's probably just going to open up on its own. Could be the doctor office if I can. Maybe I need that key. There's this stuff. TPT 102, 48, 152, 91. Puzzle. Yeah, classic point clicks are about never figuring anything out. But I still think whatever this is stupid. Or something I just completely missed and haven't gone back to. Because that's the other thing that can happen. Even if it's not hard, you could have missed it and never find your way back to it because you don't know what you missed. But that can happen in a lot of games that are kind of non-linear in exploration. Burn the door down. No. I don't know why I'd pour acid on that. I just wanted to try. Oh. We can't go there. I honestly think it's easy, whatever it is. I think that would make the most sense is some kind of patient list. Like it could just be like sitting on a desk and I missed it. Something awful like that. Any game with open exploration that doesn't hold your hand, it's always a little bit possible to miss something. It can happen easily in survival horror too. Jaw wound. Thorazine. Thorazine. There's something in there. Yeah, I don't know. Like, is this... the real one? Yeah, there's a faded out person back here. I don't know. I can't tell if that's... The other thing, like this picture doesn't really match the characters they made. Like Dr. Like, I mean, he could be the one doctor, but the woman doctor, none of these look like nurses to me, so. And then I don't know who all these people are. But it also doesn't, I don't know when. That's 1878. I actually don't know. Oh, so that could be too far in the past. That would make more sense. Then there's this picture here is kind of weird, but can't really look at it. Maybe the ant's out here. I'm waiting for, like, the radio to be an Easter egg or something. Aliens, I don't know. Start saying, like, look behind you or something. What on earth am I missing? This doesn't make any sense anymore to me. Biases. I mean, basically, I don't know. Yeah, basically, it's not that we don't know where the body is, it's that we don't know the numbers. So the only thing that makes sense... Accomplished nothing in over an hour. Almost an hour and a half, actually. Michael Art Hate. Scratchies. What the hell am I missing? This doesn't make any sense anymore. I think those are backers. Psychology of love. Dr. Hawthorne. I want to destroy it. Destroy the door. Don't want to sedate the door? Fine. That's where that was. Game over, man. Is there like a room I haven't been back to? Can't sort of think of. The doctor's office would make sense for whatever I'm missing too. Whatever's beyond the door feels important. I'm sure it is. The keys I have don't fit. Why am I big stupid? We pretty much know the walkthrough. There's a few people who played this though. A couple. Like, why can't I check the body? What have I missed? There's gotta be a document on these numbers. That's the... You'd think they would keep a record in here, potentially. Is this... According to this book, Hodgson remains were right here in the morgue. God damn it! Is this the trigger right here? Is that actually the trigger? Why am I dumb? Stupid. Huh? No. I didn't look down. Well, I think I interacted with this before it mattered. And it's not something you really interact with, you know? Like, I think I interacted with this before I was looking for the body, so I just didn't interact with it again. Because why would I? It didn't do anything. So why would I look at it again, you know? I even knew the correct body, I just didn't know how to... But now that I have it... Oh, here we go. Bodies can be to move by hand. I don't know, lifting it up to that hook might have been harder. I spent like over an hour on it yesterday. That took like 4 hours. I think. Oh God. Was the wind-up key still inside him? Valve. Is the letter opener good enough? I mean, I guess he's dead, right? Duh. That's an actual... That's not the letter opener. Oh well. You... You... Oh, gloves. This guy's been dead a long time, too. I don't know if fridges were working either, but... We got it. Oh, look, it's somehow... No! No, you fool! Oh, hell. Due to my being on edge, the wind-up key has fallen in the drain. God damn it. How could this happen to me? Gotta get another key from him? I don't know if that's gonna work. Damn, these guys, when I realized the water had carried the wind-up key through the pipe. Where could it go? Gosh, no. I know where it went. It didn't go all the way there. It's not down here. There's a weird spot we could look at that didn't really do much, but... The key, finally! 2,000 years later. He's gonna dance. No, he's gonna draw. Drawn a strange pattern on the floor. I felt like I had seen it before. Well, it was a simple drawing. It overwhelmed me with a sense of dread and despair. Turned to his eternal trance, like nothing ever happened. What is it? Oh. 1 a.m. Psst. Hello?
Lenny, what are you doing here?
I was cleaning the showers, and I heard something. What were you doing inside that cell?
I saw something very strange. I can't explain it yet. However, a picture is beginning to form in my head. But there's still a lot I don't understand.
Maybe I can help you.
You can? Please tell me how, Lenny. I'm growing more and more desperate by the minute.
I have a key. I took it a long time ago, before they released us from the Institute. Around the time of the event.
A key for what?
Can I trust you?
No.
Of course you can, Lenny.
I mean, yes.
And I trust you as well.
All right. This is the key to Dr. Hawthorne's office. He knew things. There was chaos all around, and nobody saw me when I took the key and locked his office.
Dr. Hawthorne? Of course. Ebis Baker mentioned him in one of her recordings. He was quite close to the head director, right?
Yes. He kept secrets inside his office. You should look inside.
Thanks, Lenny. This is hugely helpful indeed.
Huge.
Oh, one more thing. I was never able to enter the head director's office. None of the keys I took while cleaning worked. I think Hawthorne kept that key with him.
So Hawthorne's office may lead me to Hanwell's office? Interesting. Well, here we go.
Here's the key.
The key leads
And
to
good
another.
luck.
Go. Gone. patron symbol. We haven't seen Bruno in a long time. And this poor lady, like... Wait, she's gone. She did go somewhere. I was like, does she have to just sit here all night? 24 hours or something? I think these are backers. There's the Scratches typewriter. Thanks to Lenny, I had access to Thorne's office. As if to foreshadow hideous revelations awaiting inside, the first drops of rain began to fall. I trespassed into Hawthorne's office. It seemed like no one else had been here in a long, long time. Concentration in the psychiatric. No record of the venerable Hanwell Mental Institute would be complete without an account from Dr. Ellis Hawthorne, companion, trusted associate, and loyal confidant of Walter Hanwell. Dr. Hawthorne's abrupt addition to the staff at the esteemed mental hospital was not without its share of controversy. He was an inscrutable character who, to the astonishment of many, quickly joined the highest ranks of the personnel list, skipping over roles held by established and arguably more qualified colleagues in the process. Dr. Hawthorne's accomplishments in the field of mental health are, for a noteworthy physician, meager at best. He rose to a certain level of public regard thanks to his imposing personality and stern countenance rather than distinct achievements, as he had a formidable presence that allowed him to immediately command the attention of everyone in the room simply by entering it. Signature neat black suit paired with his cold, guileful gaze inspired equal measures of respect and fear in his peers. Rumors among those who were acquainted with the Institute's founder insinuate that Walter Hanwell's seemingly friendly, almost fatherly demeanor worked against him when it came to achieving his own ardent goals. It is speculated that the reason he chose to partner with Dr. Hawthorne, who soon proved to have a more manipulative, ruthless ways of managing Hanwell Mental Institute. Over time, the grisly details of Dr. Hawthorne's practice began to surface. Many colleagues were horrified. Others knew him well, less so. Testimonies hold that Hawthorne often engaged in heated quarrels with other staff members at the Institute. Nurses who chose to remain anonymous claimed that medical instruments previously thought to be lost would appear scattered around his office. While it's not unusual for a physician to work with dangerous tools, such as scissors and scalpels, it is far more common to find them mishandled in an unsterilized environment. Nonetheless, this particular form of misconduct in Dr. Hawthorne's career could not be confirmed and was dismissed as malicious gossip from disgruntled employees. Dubious stories of patients secretly taken to his office late at night have not been verified either. Ocean still loomed outside. Dr. Ellis Hawthorne, psychiatrist. One thing was certain, he had an impressive career in his field. It's a key. And he was right. It's a key to the director's office. Is now my... What's this thing? Something 800. Wary as I'm recording... Oh, it's an audio recorder. Recording such notes on paper. Walter insisted that we thoroughly document these experiments for the benefit of our research. It's true that the process of writing in a journal allows one to more efficiently collect thoughts and ideas, make sense out of them. However, I'll have to strengthen security measures. To begin with, I've asked janitorial staff to refrain from cleaning my office. At first we tried straightforward questions. What did they see? Could they hear any sounds? How large is the chamber? Yet they seemed to have no recollection of the encounter. Next we followed with a set of specific inquiries. What is the being inhabiting that chamber? Does it look like an animal? Can you describe its shape? Did it move? Nothing worked. Their minds are completely blank, as if that moment was erased from their memories. However, no question that whatever happens inside that chamber provokes a severe reaction in them. The procedure is rudimentary, to say the least, but effective. We tie a rope around each patient's waist and push them inside, resisting the temptation to gaze beyond the threshold with all our might. It's hard to tell from our vantage point, next to the doorway, what transpires in the interior. But we don't sense any movement. Apparently, the patients remain still, or are paralyzed even. After a few minutes, we firmly pull the rope and haul them out. Bruises are inevitable as they hit the ground, but there's no better way of doing this. They don't react to any stimulation while in that chamber. Walter then uses the device to lock that strange door. He's far more knowledgeable than me on such esoteric matters. We believe that the patient's experience is unbearable fear. Our initial guess that they were become paralyzed was correct after all. It's like they shut down in the presence of that blasphemous form before them. The human brain is such a marvelous organ. Even their deeply damaged minds react to protect them when they're in danger. As we drag them out of that ancient room, we can discern an expression of absolute dread on their faces. Insane or not, human emotions are still the same, yet they return to their old selves shortly afterward. As we drive them back upstairs, I now understand what we must do. The goal is to instill fear. Their minds are clearly processing the visual information. The theory is that if we are able to reproduce the conditions of the encounter, we should be able to recover details about it. Even if one patient is unable to describe it all, we could piece together a more accurate picture from multiple recollections. Our current approach is savage. We subject them to extreme situations in hopes of prompting a reaction. I'm not proud of blatantly beating someone like some goon, but the promise of the knowledge and purpose concealed in that chamber is too powerful and supersedes my dignity. However, these methods aren't working. They react to pain, they cry and scream, but they don't do anything else. It's not true fear. We are not replicating the conditions well enough. This afternoon I spoke to Eversbacher about the regressions he's observing in Group E. Of course, I had to play the fool, but her incessant babbling formed an idea in my mind. For instance, H has pyrophobia. Mere thought of fire or talking about makes him tremble in fear. Eversbacher recalled an instant during one of her therapy sessions in which a patient casually said something random about firefighters, and H instantly became agitated, tears rolling down his face. Following this revelation, I took him to the boiler room, the incandescent red glow from the incinerators, the shadows flickering on the walls, and the intense heat emanating from every corner in the room caused a wild reaction from him. I proceeded to question him about the encounter, and finally, an actual detail emerged. He simply said, "Big, but it's not enough. More stimulation required." Further efforts have involved more extreme measures. Simply placing the gas burner in front of him provoked a state of shock, not unlike that what we surmise occurs within the walls of that room. Poor soul, H can't grasp that an industrial incinerator is far more dangerous than a small laboratory burner, but who am I to judge his emotions? However, that state of fear wouldn't allow me to press on. He didn't respond to any of my inquiries, just kept staring silently at the flame, so I moved the burner closer to his chest. Leveraging their fears is indeed the key. We managed to obtain much more information from these new sessions than from all our previous efforts. A picture is beginning to form. JC, afraid of the dark. LH, brittle bones. RB, sexual acts. BL, denigration. I mean, we have to be JC. We also wouldn't go into dark areas. Yes. Unless we're not. Maybe we're not.
This is the next subject. Yes, we may proceed. Leave it to me. Hello, Leonard. Do you remember me? I'm Dr. Hawthorne.
What do you want?
Well, you may not remember this, but yesterday you went inside a place, a big room. We need to know what happened in there. What did you see?
Sound in there?
I don't remember.
You need to make a big effort to remember, Lenny, or unpleasant things may happen.
There was a tunnel, but not ours. Things looked different. The smell, oh, such a bad smell. And then, no.
What happened next, Lenny?
At the end of the tunnel, I entered a room. Oh, my head was in pain. So much pain.
Describe that room for me.
I don't want to go back. I don't want to remember.
Describe that room. Now.
It's so large. The walls are strange, with shapes I've never seen, and there's a glow everywhere. And in the center,
What is at the center of the room?
no!
What did you see?
My head is pounding.
Think. Think. Remember.
No.
No.
You must remember, Lenny, for our sakes.
For science.
What did you see in the room? I'll turn off the recorder until he's ready to speak again.
Breaking his bones. Missing reel. Goose. Denny. I'm gonna assume Rebecca's also dead, but we don't know for sure. And then the other guy's in the room and doesn't talk. Or did it mention Rebecca being dead in something else? I can't remember. It might have early in the game. Sure. Probably not going to be nice, whatever it is. Damn it. Well, this would be JC then. One that's afraid of the dark, which might be us.
Careful, the artifact.
Artifact. But if we're not JC, we're probably Rebecca's kid or something. Although I'm not quite sure how that would work. Like, we don't really know how many years it's been. Since the incident. I presume fate had been thrown down there for reasons too disturbing to ponder. Opening the trapdoor was out of the question. Is it though? Cosmic Reed. This is still here. But we do have the key to this. Whoa! Well, that was a fast hour. Especially compared to the one that took 4 hours. Vision of Walter Hanwell. The Hanwell Mental Institute was founded by Dr. Walter Hanwell, whose remarkable knowledge in the field of mental health care shaped of the philosophy and forward-thinking nature of the establishment. As a young and promising general surgeon, he became fascinated with how mental illness worked and firmly pursued his goal of understanding the intricacies of insanity. Dr. Hanwell actively encouraged colleagues and contemporaries in their studies of mental pathologies, earning him the reputation of benefactor of the insane. His strong legacy is the subject of psychology and medicine permeates every room in the Institute. Dr. Hanwell was also known for his open mind. When it came to the application of experimental psychiatry, surgery, and more enigmatic forms of alternative medicine, one of Hanwell's great contributions to the field was the creation of Straub, an ingenious contraption for probing brain tumors, which is discussed later in this article. While this wondrous machine showed promise, it was developed too late for its time. He invented the Straub just before the dawn of a new technological era, in which the proliferation of the far less intrusive magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, used for the detection of brain tumors pushed it all too quickly into obsolescence. Walter Hanwell's approach to mental health care was not without its share of controversy. However, he was known for adopting a mindset strongly focused on achieving fast results, disregarding established ethical standards in the process. One example of this was his blithe attitude toward conducting experiments on live animals, a practice already rejected among his peers. An anecdote in the Annals of Hanwell Mental Institute history describes a shipment of foul-smelling rats transported to the premises for this gruesome purpose. In later years, Dr. Hanwell's interest shifted toward more holistic, perhaps even spiritual methods for uncovering the secrets of the mind. The secrets. Ambrose, I must hastily write this letter to you, as an unexpected turn of events may have hampered the long-awaited resolution of our work. The book you recommended did indeed provide the means to understand those primordial arrangements. Ambrose, we unlocked it with an extraordinary document so precise. Or what an extraordinary document. What seems to be inside, I cannot elaborate further, and couldn't even if I tried my best, but I'm penning extensive notes for posterity. You must act quickly. There is a plan in motion, so to speak. It's far from the scholarly treatment that immeasurably overdue encounter deserves, but circumstances are acting against us. We need visual information that human beings are able to provide. However, as you rightfully said yourself, Providence is on our side. I'll something. Book. Prepared to delve deeper into the tunnel. Ellis had a few words with the security staff, playing the bad cop as usual and warning them about patients often going missing, while I returned them to their cells. Afterwards, as things were quiet, we grabbed a lantern each and scouted out the regions beyond the crevice. The smell was nearly unbearable. As we traversed the tunnels, I could recognize the handiwork of our motley crew in carving out the walls, but suddenly the shape, or rather texture, of the tunnel began to change. It was still man-made, dare I say, but yet different, clearly the result of more crude tools. The rocks had developed a shiny, slippery surface, massaged by the history of who knows how many countless centuries, millennia. As we stepped forward, we noticed curious patterns on the stone walls, and also objects such as pots, effigies, and other fragments scattered on the ground, which were covered by a layer of spongy moss. Somehow, a whole ecosystem had survived within these underground prehistoric walls. I pondered the deeper secrets that could be concealed within the bowels of this towering cliff. When I grabbed one of the items on the floor, my eyes were dazzled by the craftsmanship, unlike anything I've seen in my life, not even in specialized publications or museums. It felt strangely alien, which hints of human crafting, yet at the same time was not quite human. When I showed weird sculpture to Ellis, he seemed more excited than I expected and urged me to move forward. We resolved to move these fascinating objects to a location where we could properly research them. We both agreed that the third floor of the hospital, currently in disuse, would be a suitable spot. Needless to say, there was a mutual agreement to keep this find from the rest of the staff. The continued investigation of these newfound underground tunnels are far more important than the remodeling of the building. Alice warned me about expenses and such, but I dismissed such mundane considerations. Words aren't enough to convey my excitement. My hands are shaking with adrenaline as I transcribe this account. What we found at the end of the tunnel is beyond our comprehension, an ultimate glorious secret right here beneath us. Ellis, impetuous as he is, motioned for us to go in, but I caught a glimpse of his presence, which was enough to paralyze my body and mind for what seemed like an eternity. Yet a fleeting moment must have passed as I grabbed Ellis's arm and ordered him to stop. We could not go in. Our rational minds wouldn't be able to stand it. The same patients from Group E as before are the key to making progress. It's nothing short of a miracle that our financial woes prompted us to resort to using our own patients to conduct the work rather than professional construction crew. The patients have no idea what we found. And even if they spoke out, who would believe them? Tunnels, weird smells, strange artifacts? Ideas forming in my head. I'm sure Ellis will agree. Turns out their fears are more useful than we thought. They've helped us come closer to the entity. I've no other words to describe him now. No rational mind can withstand his sight, after all. What do we know about reality? It's all merely electric impulses traversing our neurons, but if an alien being operates beyond the limits of our comprehension, those impulses would fry our brains, unless our minds aren't operating correctly to begin with. They are indeed able to visualize something we couldn't possibly process with our sane minds. The fear they experience when they enter that chamber is evidently unbearable. According to their own testimonies, even worse than long-standing fears of their own past, yet something sticks in their damaged brains. unable to recover that information unless we somehow reproduce the same emotional conditions as those the patients had upon entering the chamber. So far, we've been able to recover one piece of knowledge from each one by stimulating them to experience their fears using various methods. If we put everything together, then maybe. Unexpected turn events, all patients presented to the entity have developed an anomaly. Something physical has changed in them. As far as we can tell, developing brain tumors. Why this is happening, we can only guess. Evidence is unquestionable. Is it that even their damaged minds can't withstand the glorious sight of the being underneath? Or is there a deeper meaning behind this alteration in their physiogenomes? We have no choice but to investigate. To further investigate these tumors. No, it's definitely Lovecraftian. Yet we can't do it alone. Extracted tissues must be subject to standard procedures and thus thoroughly analyzed by our pathologists. For obvious reasons, the source and nature of the masses can't be disclosed. We can't just drop them on their tables either, as questions would be asked. It's a blessing as it is that the straw is working properly and leaves no scar, but we can't push our luck. Ebersbacher's growing suspicious. We toyed around with the idea of firing her, but that might draw attention that we can't afford right now. Ellis had the brilliant idea of stimulating tumor growth in the same rodents already assigned to oncology. It's another fortunate coincidence that they're genetically similar enough to humans. Soon they'll be studied and we'll get the information we desperately need. Ellis will take note of the identification tag and watch the team closely. We established that for the tumor to manifest, one must remain in his presence for a certain period of time. Still, I asked Ellis to subject me to a brain biopsy after my fleeting glimpse of the most unfathomable shapes during our first time in that tunnel, just to be sure I'm safe. Something isn't right. The patients, they're acting differently. It's difficult to pinpoint in what manner. They simply don't feel the same. Last night, H was found lost in the basement, and we didn't take him there. Also, L is known to experience absence seizures, but today I observed him in the yard, and he spent many hours just staring at the ground below him. They act as if, no, that can't be. Why would they? We must do something, and soon Ebersbacher is bound to notice. I'll Ellis recommend shock therapy in the case of L. We risk an uproar, but there's no other option. Their fears have been confirmed. There's a very possibility something wrong inside me, yet if that was the case, was there any solution at my disposal? See, what if we are the kid, and we're immune to the dying, but also not completely insane, because Rebecca went in there before we were born. That could be it. Or we're just JC. It's not a tumor. Human mind. People. It's all peoples. Creepy book. Cozy coffee table. Oh, okay, there she is. I mean, I guess if he has... Well, I guess we don't know for sure if these are memories or visions. But if they're memories, then obviously he's not the kid. He's gone. EPT 071. Scavenger. Museum. Red slide. Where do I put it? Oh, here. Issue sample place on the glass slide. Sample. Wasn't needed. I left the tweezers. Okay. Whoa. We are the demon kid. I still don't know. Stuff is happening. You always know you're getting to the end of a point click if stuff happens. microscope. What was it? Something was missing. How was I doing this? Crushed by my brain. Desperately hoping to be healthy and free of malignant growth mentioned. I need to know. I had to understand. Your dish will be fine. We'll just use this weird machine on ourselves. Oh no. Doesn't it need to be calibrated or something? Or does it do it itself? I guess it's doing it. No! It's fine. Dead space. I mean, do we even know what we're looking at here? Must have. Did the machine put it somewhere? Or... Yeah, where is it? Ah. Plasmas. Need to clean it. This won't be contaminated at all. Certainly not. Spotless, yeah, it's gonna be fine. There's a worm in her brain. Stupid microscope. How dare you lie to me? couldn't believe it.
Stupid man thing!
Food nested deep inside my brain, an unexplainable tumor. The source of my visions and possibly... Oh, yeah. Tough. Whoa. Oh, okay. We might not be the kid. But why was he in the car as we were driving here? Unless there were two. She only ate one. Neat. She's still not at the desk. He's probably in the hallway. Use that ancient, rusty old machine on head. Probably has tetanus now or something. She did warn us about it earlier. Oh, it's not blocked. Okay. Third floor. Theater. We're gonna find Lovecraft artifacts soon. Lenny. Patients used to participate in improvised plays.
Lenny, what are you doing here?
I'm watching the show.
Show? What? Oh.
Why don't you sit with me and we can watch it together?
Sure.
It's very entertaining.
I guess.
Lenny, please, you must listen to me. I have the tumor. I think you have it too, and Bertrand. We all do. Everyone in Group E.
I don't want to talk about that now.
But Lenny...
It's not a
Maybe
tumor.
it's good if we don't remember. If I was in pain, I wouldn't want to remember. I'd prefer to be happy, like I am now.
My visions are getting worse.
You look
You will
happy.
have them too.
Why are you doing this?
Because I need to know, Leonard. I can't afford to lose my mind again. I want to remain in control.
Oh. Oh, this next part is fun.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this?
No,
Lenny, I saw a film. Horrible film. They locked someone in the basement.
I don't want to hear about that, please.
Just listen. In the film, there was an item that fell through a grate, and it seemed to be something of huge importance to the doctors. You know, the doctors that did this to us, Lenny. It happened in the boiler room.
Yes, the fire. I remember. It was so hot.
What's below the boiler room?
The sewers.
Do you have any idea what this item in the basement could be? It's something one of the doctors always had with him.
I remember a key, but it was a strange key, not a usual one.
A key? But for what?
Well, sorry, that's all I remember.
Did you hear anything else about this?
No.
Lenny, do you remember seeing a red symbol? Like a circle with...
No! Stay away!
What?
Don't go there! That symbol means bad things.
That's where Silent Hill is.
The pain.
All right, Lenny. No more talk about the symbol. Lenny, what did they do to you? I listened to a recording. It was horrible.
Yes. Now you know.
But why?
I guess sometimes people are just mean.
That may be true, but there's got to be more to this. They wanted information from you. What was it?
I can't. Please, I'm too weak. You must keep looking on your own. There's something down below that they want. Only we can see it.
Who's we, Lenny?
People with mind problems?
Mind problems.
Those maniacs tortured us in the worst imaginable way, Lenny. Leveraging our deepest fears for their own gain.
Yes. It was different for each one of us. We were scared when the burly man appeared with new burn marks. We rejected him, but then it started happening to the rest of us.
Lenny, what did they do to you?
Since I was young, my body has been weak. I move slowly because I'm afraid to break something.
Oh no. Did they?
Yes. They broke me. That's the pain.
What the hell is wrong with this place?
What is your worst fear?
My worst fear? My fear. I'm terrified of losing control, Lenny. I must know that I'm in control of my own actions. I don't want to lose my mind. Lenny, please help me.
I can't. It's too late for me.
If we're not afraid of the dark, then we're not JC.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this?
No,
Is there anything else?
no.
No.
Did you hear anything else about this?
No.
Nothing else comes to mind?
I don't want...
Is there anything else you can tell?
No.
No.
Is there anything else?
No.
No.
So, I found this syringe lying around.
I don't like those things. Put it away, please.
Is there anything else you...
No.
No.
Is there anything else?
No.
No.
See you around, Lenny.
In the museum, there was a thing of twins. Maybe there were 2 kids and she only ate one of them. One splashy standard is now a sorry feature. Theater. Workshop was calm. Place driven by creativity of patience. Hamel Institute was equipped to, I don't know. Hey, it's the marker for Martian Gothic, I think. Ava Forsum. Don Luke.
Oily rag. I like oily rag.
Damp stains vaguely look like the shape of a human. Big D. I think these are backer things. Possibly. It would make sense. None of these names are relevant. Doesn't seem to be much to do in here either. Resub. Sure. How do you go? At least it should go. There it goes.
Failmore gifted a Tier 1 sub to Arthur Morgan 86.
Iceman. Up here should be the place for the last valve. Art. Kitty. Is this gonna be a backer room? Cans. Seems to be. Recreation from the mind of mentally ill patient.
Attention Julia and all personnel. The high-risk patient has escaped again. He's very violent, more than usual. I believe he's rushing toward the 3rd floor. Proceed with extreme caution.
Uh-oh. We're on the 3rd floor. Oh, there is a... Something was close to me. Gotta go. Help me escape the madman. He's a madman. They were running away. But the corridor was long, and the madman was too fast. Wait, It's like a dead end. The newspaper. Oh, we'll look at that later, I guess. With all these notes that I'm finding, well, the madman thing, I don't know if we're timed or not to make these movements or whatever. Yeah, it seems to be rain outside. Stuff's getting moved around. Keep going in circles. Apparently. Seems like a dead end. How do you know? It could be a dead end. So if you keep going, you know, like, it's weird because if you go back the other way, but he's like, oh, I'll get caught if I go back. Why? I mean, that just blocks my way. Unless I just have to go fast. Oh, there it goes. Look. 4 a.m. Thought the madman chased me. I readied myself to explore the rest of the topmost floor. Following troubling rumors of patients being mistreated in already alarming hospital conditions, the overcrowded Hanwell Mental Institute, once a beacon of international respectability, has succumbed to its worst episode yet. Readers are advised to proceed with caution, as the following paragraphs present potentially disturbing descriptions. Disgruntled employees and concerned family members of patients have been warning the media about an atmosphere of neglect and allegations of misconduct in the establishment, so the brutal incident that transpired yesterday evening should not come as a surprise. A pregnant patient with severe mental disorder descended into manic state and performed a sanguinary abortion on herself. Nurses who witnessed the self-mutilation described the scene as a savage bloodbath, also stating that the patient was alone in her locked room without access to any foreign objects. The nurse discovered the vile act thanks to a pool of blood spreading under the door. When pressed, she refused to reveal any further details. The gory scene inside the room. It's clear to this reporter that the famed Hanwell Institute is spiraling out of control, and authorities should seize control of the building immediately. Scent of rare incense. Old Narcane almost made me stop my tracks. Every corner of the room seemed to hint at ancient secrets. Secrets. Oh. Oh, I wasn't mentally prepared to delve into the sinister tome. Is that the Necronomicon? It's not made of skin. I guess it's not. Circle. Finally found the candles, Jerry. God. Scratches. People who spent time in this office had some macabre taste. Blocked. Small statue shaped like a head. Seemed ritualistic thing. Odd-looking structure, perhaps an altar of sorts, but from where? Nope, that's the key. Otherworld portal stuff. How many organs? Lots. All of them? I don't know. I feel nearly drunk at the prospect of harnessing all that power. We can't stop until his memories have been fully unraveled. I'm ready to exhaust all my resources, sacrifice anything and anyone until our goals are met. This is greater than mankind itself, even greater than me. This is the right symbol. I know it. The next step is to translate the logograms, I don't know, which won't be an easy task considering the poor state of the stone slabs. So many millennia, epochs of abandonment. But how? This finding predates any recorded history of scientific research. There's no written account of the servants anywhere else. I'm not even sure that's the proper translation. We're completely on our own. It's imperative that we focus on the task at hand and make no compromises. If we're to succeed, we may well be the first civilized and sane human beings to ever gaze into the inners of this mountain. If what I suspect is true, what awaits inside grants the means to ultimate enlightenment, the permanence of actuality at our disposal. Terminus is far from an accurate word, but there's no better way to describe them as the meager information we found. Contrary to other ancient tribes, chief among them the so-called Dalmar, who at least had a sense of purpose in keeping the vicious god at bay, the servants sought to commune with a benign, malignant entity. I wouldn't call this a goal per se, but rather a way to exist. The servants sensed, as much as their primitive nature permitted, the formidable but alluring power of the entity. To achieve this communion, these earliest beings would make use of psychoactive substances, or entheogens, as they're referred to in recent times, to reach a state of genestai, the true meaning of existence. Considering the implications of this fact, sentient beings that existed long before any hint of recorded history, or even any form of religion, had already embarked on the greatest quest of all, entheos, the divine within, and it could be right here beneath us. Example of entheogens include ayahuasca, peyote, and psilocybin. It seems, as far as I can surmise, that the servants required some sort of mind shield to face the abstruse presence of the entity. This corroborates my other findings, yet I can't synthesize the prehistoric entheogens exploited by the servants. We lack the information, however. If shield your mining is the key, then perhaps the best word I've found to describe the entity is Failmore. Granted, there's likely a better term for it, but I'm unable to make sense of every glyph The servants thought so little of themselves in the close presence of Failmore that they failed to name their race in any way. It's the supreme surrender of will, the epitome of self-hatred and shameful submission under the influence of a foreign power. Imagine for a moment the fate reserved for a culture of people that would surrender themselves at the behest of a preternatural being whose concerns were far detached from their own. But luckily, nothing of the sort ever happened. Whatever substance the primitive servants used, they didn't succeed in merging with this otherworldly visitor. The entire course of our history could have been so different had an inferior mind communed, and so Failmore still awaits, forbearing as ever. Taylor is wise, an entity enlightened far beyond our human condition, and also infinitely patient. He remains rooted within the bowels of our earth, and our earth until the right vessel comes, and he is willing to wait another insurmountable passage of time until that happens, and he finally breaks free to traverse the geometry of our world. Time has no meaning to him. Of course, a lower prehistoric species couldn't have tamed this illimitable power, but I have other means. Who is in control? That's the key. We naively think that we are in command of our lives, but the fabric of modern society shapes our fate by means of overwhelming information. Our minds begin to malfunction, and thus we surrender to the unbearable noise sucking away our vitality, a dissonance perceived even on the mere page of a newspaper. Failmore also makes use of noise, but it's a different kind of disturbance. He delves into your mind, something interference, perhaps even a physical change, manifests when you face the horror. And yet, there is a distinct possibility that we can tame this power. A nascent theory provides hope. The configuration of our brains is still crude. Much as I'd like to believe my genes are more sophisticated than the boorish servants, not enough time has transpired to provide our brain cells the ability to grasp the essence of reality. We're still only able to process 3 dimensions, however, though it operates in another geometry of existence. Its visual information is too much for our minds to absorb, but the only way to communicate with this entity is to endure his presence. It must be so old and impossible to comprehend with our earthly conception of life. Failmore must have originated from the time in which the very first stars formed. Perhaps he already existed before it all began. Ambrose was right. The way to succeed resides in our primordial arrangements. In fact, the distant influence of celestial bodies may have an astounding implication during the encounter. This is too much to grasp even for a learned man like me. There's a favorable configuration and greater chance to prevail if the communion takes place at a specific hour, as we perceive time in our polyhedric coordinates. The first patterns were deemed too ineffable for the limited sensibilities of monotheistic religions, but our illiterate ancestors couldn't grasp how the primal instinct of a lowly species like the servants operated. Seeking meaning in the simple organisms of the era, arachnids, coleopterans, millipedes, grubs, and yet the shapes of these suggest constellations don't directly correlate with the arthropods that inhabit our planet. They are grotesque caricatures of otherwise familiar outlines, as if some vital feature of their true physical form couldn't be conveyed on the flat surface of these slabs. Regrettably, we don't have enough time to construct an astrolabe, and so we'll have to operate with the spare details we have available. I'm in shock. The symbol itself acts like a piece of the chart. When the position is correct, it provides the zenith of the equation. It's inconceivable that the servants themselves figured this out. So the symbol must be the vestige of some elemental language designed with a baffling purpose that our spatiality impaired capabilities can't hope to decipher. The only way is to realize the encounter, this vermicular shape. I've seen it before. Cthulhu? was a long one. It's pretty good. I don't know what made it take so long. Has it really been... When was the Well, I know it was a Kickstarter. I had it on my wishlist since like 2018. But I didn't know about scratches until like last year. Has it really been in development that long though? Or... Announced in 2010. Goal was 2013. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a complicated game that would take this long. What happened to it? Where did it go? Or what happened? It's pretty good, but it's also weird. I mean, obviously something happened. They couldn't have been working on it the whole time. Yeah, but even like a couple people, I don't... It could take that long. Unless, like, someone died or something, like, you know, like something, or something bad happened, but... Now, who knows? I mean, like, I don't know how big the Kickstarter was, but... And they probably have other jobs, but... It just doesn't seem like... I don't really know of a reason it would take that long. Just seems like it must have been paused for years. Like, probably with nothing happening for several years. I didn't even realize... Kickstarter's pretty old now, huh? They switched engine from... Unity. Yeah, the Scratch's engine wouldn't do well. Switching engines. So this is Unreal. I've like never seen pre-rendered backgrounds in Unreal Engine, or didn't even know they existed. How did they get involved in Silent Hill Ascent? That's just weird. What? Didn't the Dead by Daylight people make Silent Hill Ascension somehow too? I don't know. So, what? Story makes no sense. The development story of this game makes no sense, I mean. I mean, they clearly couldn't have been working on it full time for that long. Unless they... Whoa. Did they make anything else during that time? Yeah, I saw the whole re-record lines. What? How old were the recordings of the original? It was probably like 10 years old. Bruising Mountains. Whoa. It's kind of funny because you know how windy it is, but then you look down. It's like, oh. Re-render. Not every game has foliage that moves, but you know. Peculiar flower. Holy Mona, I remember seeing flower and it's another greenhouse. Yeah. Scratchies. Burb cage. Rust. How'd that happen? I don't have anything. Now I want to know the story of the development of the game. Like, that's like a really old Kickstarter too, like... Some of the people who bought it probably aren't even alive. And then other people probably forgot. It's so, yeah, like I just seeing how long this was on my wish list. It was the oldest game on my wish list, and I never really, part of that's because I didn't really use it much before I started streaming, I guess. So for a while it might have been like one of the, there's only like a couple games on there. But it was only, I didn't know what it was really, I just, you know, was looking for horror games. We need some WD-4 to do something. Or maybe butter. Oh. Meat buckets. I mean, they did finish it. There are Kickstarters out there where that's not the case. A lot of them are like... A lot of the worst Kickstarters are actually like MMOs. But like a game like this, you wouldn't think would be one that would take very long. I mean, and their original goal was only like a year later, so I mean, didn't think so either, apparently, but... Lottie, class of 73. These backers. But the crazy part, like... The fact that it actually still turned out pretty good is also crazy if you consider how it was a 2012 Kickstarter. Okay, well, 100K is enough to, like, for a couple of developers to take a year off work to finish a game, you know? That's usually, like, a lot of the really small indies, that's kind of what they're doing. Like, pay for their life, you know? While they work on it. Wouldn't open. Well, yeah, like, that's the only thing, it's like something must have happened in life. But then, like, that other start, like, the idea that they worked on Silent Hill Ascension is mind-boggling. Like, what? Like, that's really weird. If they made any other games or something, or if they were just working regular jobs. But if they somehow worked on Silent Hill Ascension, that means they're probably still doing game-related stuff, I guess. Encounters with the entity. Catacombs. Need a way to turn that valve, though. Arena. I think I saw that. That one's like free, right? I don't really Like, I don't feel like going all the way back down here quite makes sense. Like, I feel like it's probably not whatever we need for the valve might not be far away, but like, I'm pretty sure the valve didn't turn and then get locked in place. But maybe that's actually what happened, because we don't need it anymore. Is that what happened? Might as well check. But I don't think that's what happened. But maybe that is what happened. No, that's not what happened. So we do need it. Where are all the people trying to get the patient, though? I'm looking for, though. There's something to deal with the rust, but I don't know. Right where I should explore for that. Kitchen? Could we even get? I don't even think we could go in the kitchen. Someone will probably investigate it a little bit, I guess. Whatever I'm missing, I don't think it's like way the hell down here. It doesn't make sense. I mean, it could be, but... One thing about games like this, though, in general, is they're always like, there's a niche that tends to buy whatever they can. because the stuff they like doesn't exist anymore for the most part. It's similar with survival horror. Of course, they have to know about the game and find it, but there's usually someone, or at least a decent amount for certain types of games, that'll buy like just about everything. Especially the ones that aren't super saturated, like Metroidvanias. Like Metroidvanias are super saturated with good games, so those probably don't work as well as some of the others. But like classic survival horror, fixed camera. Although we are seeing a lot more of those, the survival horror. Okay. I mean, this one's really first-person pre-rendered background point and click. I don't think you really see any of that anymore. Kitty. Some backer's cat, and this was like 15 years ago. What am I looking for?
What's up, bro?
I wonder. Scratches was like from 2006, right? So if they started this in 2010. It's not that long after. Mortus Cave, a hideous sense of portrait menace could be felt. No, I wasn't going to look at it. Okay. Scepter. I mean, maybe whatever thing we need is downstairs somewhere. It could have been something I missed a long time ago. Or... Much over here. Something for rust. Could be something in the lab. Probably. Hear the ocean from afar. You can, in all this wind? I don't know what other point clicks I should play. Like Black Mirror, maybe Gray Matter. Or I got like those Dracula games. There's some weird old ones, like really old ones. We were playing some of them on Sega CD. I've played Harvester. I've probably played most of the notable one, or the ones that like people know today, that are kind of memey ones. Probably did most of those, but like Harvester is just kind of a meme. Like, you know, I guess it's just. Single core affinity is not too hard. I mean, I have the good old games versions, but those a lot of the older good old games stuff needs more work now than when they originally released them. Scratches sure did. But yeah, single core affinity is something I've had to do in a bunch of games, but this one is not FMV, no. But it does have pointing and clicking. Both pointing and clicking. And it's new. There was a thing that had some chemicals, but yeah, I don't have stuff anymore. It just seems awkward that we'd have to go back down to look for something for the rust. Like, Could be something I missed earlier, though. But it doesn't feel right being down here. I don't know if it's the same situation as I was in earlier, where I didn't look down. I feel like I looked everywhere up there, though. Pretty well. Did I miss it? Was it? You could tell me if I missed it. We don't need to walk around the whole building. But there were these, but I don't think there was like a new one. It was down. I didn't look down. Was it near the valve? Or where I put the valve? God, it was right there, yeah. It doesn't make sense for it to be anywhere else. Because it's like endgame or whatever, you know? Like, I do hit the space button to, like, try to see things, but I don't feel like it always... Are there certain things it doesn't seem to apply to? I think it's more like examining and directional, but I'm not sure it always applies to, like, items. Oh, it's all pre-rendered, so we can't actually walk. You guys examined so much stuff out here. Oh, except for this. There it is. Take the green. Yes. It has seen better days. Can they do that? The valves. I can't believe they did that. The valve sound. That was the valve sound. Or the Gaben. I don't think he'd mind. I mean... if anything, all it does is promote Valve. So... It's funny. You know, it's like you're always thinking that someone's going to do that. Or something like that. With a valve, but nobody did. These guys did it. They did it. They used the sound. No, but that was the valve. The actual valve sound. Their intro sound. When I used the valve. Let's grab the cursor at a sense of impending. Well, this is JC then. If this is JC, who the hell are we? Because about my nightmarish journey was nearing its conclusion, this weird key was bound to unlock. I just left him down here? I guess the other event must have happened or something, I don't know. Half-Life 2 RTX. It probably looks pretty good. I don't know. Forgotted one. Find the catacombs. I had the no, it's not a tumor. Oh yeah, it's definitely an... It may not be a Lovecraft Elder God, but it's the same idea. Same concept. Wait, this is probably... downstairs. Either that or it's outside. There's that, like, rock formation out there. Which is where I was going, but... Well, in their previous game, from 2006, it was basically just some... you didn't really meet the Elder God thing or whatever. You just found some zombie in the basement. Your hearts. Where did everybody else go in this place? Where's like Julia and Miller? Are they all dead? Are we dead? Where's the... Yeah, he's still here, so I guess that's good. Yeah, the storm might have stopped, so I think it's outside. But there was the cave in the basement, which would have made sense as well, but it's boarded up. But there's this formation out here. Guess it's not there. Maybe I should just leave. Let's see, I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. What was it? Well, if it wasn't here... out there or whatever. Hmm. Well, it's either gotta be down here or the... Well, upstairs doesn't quite make sense because it's the catacombs, but there is the cult room up there, so... I mean, it should be back there, right? Am I dumb? This is where they were digging. Ascend into madness. Yeah. Hmm. You confuse. I mean, it wasn't the sewer. I think I'm found again. Probably. It's a little weird in here. But I don't think it's in here. Because that doesn't make sense. I feel like I'm just missing the easiest things. At least that's what it seems like so far. I didn't look down. Was it in the room I thought it should be in? Downstairs to the room with the cave? How am I missing it though? I am looking at all over the place. It's like I think of the answer, I just don't see the answers. This problem was a lot worse in Scratches, but like I don't know how I'm missing it because you can highlight. I was just trying the catacombs. But I guess, I mean, I just didn't see what I have to click on, I guess. Oh. Do ramming speed? Both sides. All the wheels. I mean, there was a pickaxe right there. So, but whatever. What do I know? Harry Potter. Yeah, I'm sure that was insanely difficult. What the hell are you doing, Lenny? How'd you even get in here?
Lenny, what are you doing here?
It was still boarded.
The time has come.
But how?
This is the place where it all happened. And now you must proceed.
I don't understand. Where have you been all this time?
I've always been here. With you.
What are you saying?
None of this was real?
Lenny, please.
None of this was real.
You're my only friend.
No one here can have friends.
What?
Oh?
Lenny, don't make jokes like that. You're scaring me.
Why are you doing this?
Why am I? I need to understand. I want peace.
Then go. The answer lies at the end of this tunnel.
Lenny.
I must go now.
Okay. So this whole place was abandoned the whole time, wasn't it? It's all hallucinations. Ellis, I'm leaving behind this hasty note in the event you can follow my steps. The situation upstairs is untenable and may have reached a point of no return. With the that revolting scene in the female wing, they couldn't handle it, Ellis. Their minds are too feeble, but they served our purpose, and I have enough details now to understand what lies inside that cave. My second incursion of authorities into the premises, and we won't get away with things so easily this time. My own actions have raised suspicions, putting me under close scrutiny. What if we're the doctor? There will be a thorough investigation. They'll ask more questions, and we can't afford to lose control over our discovery. Never. This is the end of the Institute, so I've made my decision. I'm going in. We've wasted too much valuable time assessing the... I mean, because we did know how to, I don't know, do some diagnosis stuff. Risks when we both know that no civilized being has ever attempted this. Risks between facing the authorities and concluding an encounter postponed by unfathomable eons, the outcome of which is unknown. I choose to feast my eyes on the enrapturing radiance of Failmore. It's ours. We've earned it. Remember that. Should the worst case scenario present itself after this irrational adventure, I leave my last revelatory finding on these papers. The tumor. It's a mechanism. Ellis, the tumor acts as a sort of fail-safe device. Failmore, in his endless wisdom, honed through vast passages of time that our pathetic minds couldn't grasp, understood the risks of taking control of an inferior organism. What lies beyond the cave is the vessel being threatened in some way. How can he know if the organism will survive? So the entity only goes so far in the reconfiguration of foreign tissue. He leaves only a part of himself as a test, or maybe as some kind of probe, which our biology develops as a tumor. This is the abnormal growth that we observed in the patients. Ironically, it was him observing us the entire time. And that, Alice, is our biggest mistake. Yes, the patients relayed critical visual information to us, but the entity sensed the threat. We may be among the elite of our peers, but in the presence of Failmore, we are arrogant and stupid creatures. I still have to decrypt the significance of the visions, but I believe they represent beacons. This is part I couldn't properly translate. They are somehow part of a fail-safe system. And what I do know is that he wants to leave, patiently waiting until an ambitious but strong soul faces him and successfully withstands his powerful gaze. Whoever is chosen will not only participate in a cosmic symbiosis our earthly religions could only dream of, but gain an epochal power transcending our human condition. I should be able to tolerate his sight if my suspicions are correct, Alice. Not even our wildest theories could have prepared us for him. I may not be in control of myself once I enter the chamber. Take all necessary precautions to ensure our discovery remains safe. No one can proceed beyond this point but me, W.H. We are Hanwell. Are we Hanwell? No. Maybe. Maybe not. The doctor? No. The receptionist wouldn't know. She's new. And the other doctor never saw this doctor in person. They only wrote letters. But they also might not even be real. So there's also that. But... Chosen one. You should be able to defeat him now. Like, no one came up the stairs after the mad guy, so maybe he wasn't real. Maybe they weren't real. I don't know. Maybe, who knows? We'll know soon. Probably. Or maybe not, because, you know, Lovecraft type games, maybe you attempt, sometimes you learn nothing and are rewarded with confusion. Vader. there's another one in that other room. Those are hard to, kind of hard spots to find. I did it. What I was doing, I don't know, but I did it. It's a tumor. It's alien. Do we have all knowledge now? What had happened? We're just insane. Confusion. Well, I think the place... Yeah, I'm pretty... I think there's a good chance none of those people were there. We're in the shed. Like if the place actually was still abandoned, I think. We had white sleeves. Have we always had white sleeves? Am I right about the doctor thing?
Did you find what you were looking for?
Find. What the hell? Well then. I guess he found a body. So who were we, though? I don't know who we were. The chosen one. We were Hanwell. Hanwell made the most sense by the end. Especially after that last note. The Kickstarter backers. They waited 15 years or whatever. It's not like I really waited for the game. I mean, I guess it... Well, yeah, because that was the other part, was that he knew some medical stuff. And once you saw the body of JC, that ruled him out, so... And he didn't say he was afraid of the dark. He said he was afraid of not being in control. Which essentially meant his greatest fear was actually the creature. The only thing that's weird about that is why didn't he get taken control of before? Because he went down there, but... Or maybe he did, and lost... I don't know, maybe he needs to regain control again after... I don't know. Lost touch after a while. Because we don't get, like, any information, really. About what we were doing. Yes, it's like some of these people, you know, obviously it's so long that like a bunch of these people are probably like completely forgot about it, or you know, who knows. It never fills this in? I assume there's only one ending. I mean, there might be more than one, I don't know. The eyes. Does Fulci do a lot of eye gouging? I know he does a lot of eye zooms. Not necessarily eye gouging, but... Resume. There's just nothing. It's kind of funny. Are we actually doing anything? I don't think so. I can do this for some reason. What can I do? Oil. Oh, I enjoyed speaking with Julia. So if we're Hanwell, no, I guess. Never mind. What's a bug? Looking at the notepad? Is there supposed to be something here? Invalid. Invalid. There was, but... Or maybe not. Well... Is it just letting you do the ending over and over? Or no? No, it's over. This is a bug. But should this have updated? Yeah, they don't like menus. I'd assume they would have written in who you are, but I guess, I mean, like, we are Hanwell. Invalid. This says invalid also. I mean, I assume there's nothing, but I don't know if it's supposed to be just an empty space, but I guess. Reading skills. I missed a thing. I missed another thing. I assume there's only one ending, but... Oh, well, yeah, I think there's a reason they didn't show what they did to Rebecca. 98% streamer, I know. Maybe I haven't missed anything, who knows? Yeah. I missed like 2 achievements. Find all patient reports and hidden achievement. Why are they hidden? I don't or like, I guess, oh, you can get it. Keep the wire cutters throughout the whole journey. Wait, how do you do that? I thought the wire cutters delete themselves on the last use. I guess you don't have to open the... Oh, you don't have to open the shortcuts. Or one... Yeah, you could just... Yeah.